sedimentary rock and metamorphic rock. Okay, so you normally see the fossil in what? In the sedimentary and metamorphic rock. Okay, you will not see them in igneous. Remember, igneous rock is coming directly from the magma, the molten magma. Okay, so you see fossil records in what fossil in what sedimentary rocks and metamorphic rocks. Okay, and when you come to these fossil records, okay, when you come to this fossil record, these bones and animal shells that we find in this one in bones, okay, what is it at all that is providing for us? Okay, so you can see that it can actually give us some changes over time. Okay, some changes over time. All right, about how the organisms actually formed. Okay, over long period of time. Okay, so sometimes you hear scientists saying that several billions of years. Okay, several billions of years. All right, so what we do is that we look at the rock formation, the time for the rock formation. Okay, and then the bone. So if the rock actually took the age of that particular rock is 500 years, then if I see a bone in there, then it means that bone is also 500 years. All right, so you can see that because let's say when doing the formation of sediment, hello, during the formation of the sedimentary rock. Okay, so last as I was saying, let me take a blank page and then maybe use it to explain the side wall. Okay, so let's say let me draw here. So let's take it this way that I have a valley here. Let's say I have a valley here like this. Okay, and then sedimentary rock is going to form in this valley. So you can see that the early organism will go down with their bones here in this rock. Okay, so earlier is organism will go down here. Then another group who is going to pile up. Okay, so another bones group will also go and pile up. Then another will pile up over time. So this will pile up for long geological years. You're talking about 1 million, the 500,000, the 10 million years. Okay, so they will pile up. So they will form this sort of what sedimentary rock, okay, various sediments here. And so if I'm able to tell the age of this rock here, this sedimentary rock here, then I could tell how long this bone or this shell has been here. Okay, all right, good. So fossil record has really provided quite a significant clue on how organisms tend to evolve over the years, because so earliest organism will be right down here. Okay, so for instance, I expect fish fossil to be here, amphibians to follow, followed by what? Followed by reptiles. Okay, then maybe birds and mammals. Okay, birds and mammals, they almost evolve almost the same time. So birds and what? Mammals will come on top. So we can actually look at how these bones are building up in the rock. So once we can estimate the rock using maybe lead dating or carbon dating, radioactive dating, we'll be able to tell how long the fossil has been in the rock. Okay, good. So fossil record is very, very, very important. Okay, it helps us to know more stuff about the but these fossil records, so it shows the word that evolutionary change. Okay, shows physical records of extinct organism. Even some extinct organism, we can get their fossil records now. We can get their bones, show before and after divergence of species. So when we get to a certain point here, maybe if I take my marker here, so let's say this organism evolved up to this point, and when it evolved up to this point, then this group came out of it like this, and another group came out of this like that. So this is where the divergence occurred. Maybe when you go to this point, then maybe another 1 million years later, this one emerged out. This one went this way. This one. Okay, so when we study the fossil record, we can see the before and after divergence of species. They can also tell us the rates of evolutionary changes by looking at the fossil record, how each group of organisms were piling up in the various sediments of the sedimentary rock. All right. So we can use radioactive dating, those radiometric dating, okay, so that once we're able to check the age of the rock, then eventually we will be able to tell how the age of the rock. Once we took the age of the rock, we'll be able to tell how long the fossil has been there. So for rocks like that, we normally use lead dating. We can also use carbon date, but rock is carbon date. We can also use we can use lead dating as well as carbon dating, okay? Because the rocks have been there for a very long time, okay? So we use both carbon dating as well as lead dating, but together we call them radiometric dating, okay? So we use the radioactive isotopes, and then we will use it to estimate the age of those fossils, okay? All right, the record is incomplete. There are large gaps. Okay, sometimes as we go through the fossil record, sometimes we can't explain certain gaps. There are a lot of gaps within the fossil records that are yet to be explained, but discoveries are being made all the time. Okay, but as it stands now, there are so many gaps within the fossil records that it's not giving a complete picture of evolution yet. Okay, it doesn't give every step of the evolution. Okay, so so many organisms. There are some gaps within that we don't know yet. So, but more discoveries are going on from time to time. And a person who studies the fossil is called a paleontologist. I mean, the study of fossil is called paleontology. Okay, so paleontology is actually the word. The one who actually paleontologist is the one who studies the fossils. So fossil records are studied by paleontologists. Okay, great. And then there is this man. Okay, there is this man, French scientist by name Cuvier. Okay, I think Georges Cuvier. Okay, anytime you are talking about paleontology, he is the one that we mentioned his name. In fact, the study of fossil, actually, he is the one who actually started everything about fossil records. Okay, all right, good. All right, so Georges Cuvier, okay, was actually the one, okay, so the Cuvier, I think it's French or Cuvier, right? Those of you are very good in French. How should we pronounce it? Cuvier? Cuvier, all right? Okay, so this man is actually a French scientist who is regarded as a pioneer of paleontology. In fact, the study of fossil he is the one who is actually the father of paleontology. Okay, so paleontology is Georges Cuvier. Okay, so we started the study of fossil. All right, great. Now, if I ask you, apart from the fact that it's not complete, what are the limitations of fossil? If I'm going to study organism by relying on the fossil records, what are some of the limitations that I'm likely to encounter? What are some of the limitations? What are some of the limitations of fossil records? What do you think? What is the limitations of fossil records? You can tell me what's the limitation? Apart from the fact that the picture we have now is not complete, what is the limitation of fossil? If I'm going to study fossil records, what is the limitation of fossil? Okay, of using fossil record, what's the limitation? Anybody to help me? Anybody from the audience? Anyone? What is the
Hello, sir.
limitation? Yes, please. Let me hear from you, my brother.
Yes. What I want to say is that you can know the age of the rock, but you cannot know the age of the organism because you wouldn't know at what point in time the organism died and was trapped in there.
Yeah, you can. Well, it's estimation. So, therefore, you can actually estimate. Okay, you can estimate. Like for instance, if I say human beings like that, human beings we live up to, at the lifespan of a human being, let's say we live up to, let's say 100 years maximum. Okay, so if I discover a fossil and then the fossil is like a 100, if I discover maybe a bone, a bone in a rock, and the rock where the rock formed in maybe 500, maybe 510 years ago, then I can estimate that the human being lived around between 500 and 500 and between the 510 and maybe 400 and something, maybe if it is even 100 years stretch maximum. So we use it to estimate. So it just gives a range, okay? And 100 years in evolutionary time is a short time period. It's too short. It's very, very short because especially when it comes to macroevolution, you're talking about millions of years and not even just 1 million years. You're talking about 200 billion years. You're talking about 500 million years. Okay, so 100 years is just like a drop in the ocean. Okay, it's it's tiny little. Okay, all right, good. But there's some very key points here. What about, let's say if I want to study the breast, if I want to study the breast of organisms, the breast of organisms, let's say evolution of breast. Let's say if I want to study evolution of breast, okay, evolution of breast.
Hello,
Okay,
Doc.
hello, yes, please.
Um, I wanted to say something.
Okay, please go ahead.
Um, I, I think you are already driving at my point. I was going to say that this evolution using the fossil record to as evidence of evolution, you might not get it might not work for all other organisms because only hard parts of the body like bones and the teeth that hardly rot are the ones that can be obtained. They are the remnants of the organism that can be obtained to be used as evidence. So soft part of
Exactly.
the or the body
Beautiful
part
point.
that do not have bones cannot be
Beautiful
studied.
point. So that's exactly what I was coming to talk about. Okay. So if I want to study the breast, evolution of human breast, okay. Now how would I study it? Because anytime I look at human being breast is what? Breast is a soft tissue. It's a soft tissue. All right. It's a soft tissue. Okay. Okay. It's a soft tissue. It's a soft tissue part. All right. Okay. It's a soft tissue part. So with this soft tissue part of the body, all right, how would we don't, anytime they dig a fossil of a human being or those evolution and stuff, you don't see breast, all right? You don't see any soft part. So we can see that fossil record is biased. Okay, it is only in favor, it is what? This fossil is only in favor of what? In favor of hard bodied what? Bodied organisms. Hard bodied organisms. Okay, so those soft body organisms like worms, let's say worms, platyhelminthes, those flat worms, nematode and stuff like that, that they don't have exoskeleton and stuff like that. We don't have significant information about them so far as fossil records are concerned because okay, for hard bodies, maybe some shell of a certain shell of snails and maybe hard body insects or something like that may be preserved. But soft body organism like tapeworm, liver fluke, and those of them, and a soft tissue parts, okay, you can't get those information from fossil records. So that's one of the disadvantages of a fossil record. It doesn't really provide this bias against what soft body organisms. Okay, it's only the hard parts of the body that are being preserved. Okay, all right, good. All right, so yeah, so it really helps. It gives some sort of information over time. As I said, it gives some information from the descended from a common ancestor. It also gives us information about the time and then when maybe it's actually descended from a common ancestor, as I said previously. Okay, all right, good. So so you can see that facts about the animals and plant form have changed over time. Okay, and then lifespan of evolution is immense. Extinction is the fate of most species that have ever existed. Environment in every locale have changed, often drastically. All right, so these are some of the key things that fossil records tend to maybe provide over time. All right, great. Now let's see something we call anatomical comparison. We compare anatomy. So when we talk of a word, anatomical comparison, like here, so in this case, what we are going to do is that we are going to compare features that I have and other organisms also tend to have. So we have something we call another evidence of evolution is when we compare anatomy, okay? And so when we talk of what, when we talk of homologous features, so these are similar body structures, but they have different uses, okay? And the reason is that they are coming from a common ancestor, okay? So they have similar forms, but different uses, okay? And that's what homologous, so let's take it this way, that for instance, so let me give you a picture of what homologous, like let me just get a picture for you online. Okay, okay. All right, so let's see. Good. Let me take this one. This is far better. Okay, so let me take this picture for you. All right, so when we talk of homologous features, okay, let me put it here. Okay, so all right, so here, if you can see from my screen, all right, so here you can see that the structure, if you look at the pattern of the arm, okay, if you look at the pattern of the arms, look at that. If you look at the arrangement, okay, we have this, we have some sort of 5 pattern of arm arrangement, okay, what we are calling the pentadactyl arrangement. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4, like there's this 5 pattern, 1, 2, 3, okay, 1 here, 2 here, 3 here, 4 here, 5, okay. So if you look at the pattern of arrangement, you can see all of them are similar, okay. All of them, they tend to have 5 patterns. 1 here, you can see different colors. 1 here, 2 there, 3 there, 4 there, 5 there. All right, 1 here, 2 here, 3 here, 4 there, 5 here. If you look here, 1 there, okay, 2 here, 3 there, 4 there, 5 there. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, the tiny little one here, 4 here, and then 5. So this is what you call pentadactyl arrangement of the arm. So all the arms are having similar structures. Okay, the structure is similar, but their functions are different. Okay, so what does it tell us? So it tells us that they are coming from what? A common ancestor. Okay, so they are coming from what? That's the common ancestor. Okay, so they have similar structures. The structures are similar, but just that in terms of the pattern of what? So it could happen that once they have similar structures, then it could, what it tells us that, look at this is a human being, okay? Look at that of bats, look at that of whale, look at that of cats, okay? So all of them are having this sort of what? Pentadactyl structure here. All right, so with this pentadactyl structure, what is it telling us? What is telling us that they actually come from what? A common ancestor. All right, so if I should take maybe a blank page like that, Okay, so when you come to homologous structures, so they are structures that have what they have similar form, but they have different uses. Okay, and they always arise from what? From let me call something divergent, diverge, then to what? Evolution. Okay, divergence, evolution. Okay, so what does it mean? Okay, so if I pick my marker here like this, and then bring my marker here like that. So what happens is that you start this way, all of us evolve up to this point, having the same 5 pattern stuff. Then out of that, okay, Will decided to go into the water. So Will left here, okay, along the line here, like that, when we all go to this point. And then wheels actually evolve first here like this. So these are the wheels. And then the amphibians, they say followed, maybe like that, okay. Oh, sorry, maybe whales are mammals. So let's see, now let me start with sharks or fishes, okay. So let me start with the okay, let's see, all these ones are mammals. Okay, good. So let's take these are all mammals, so that's fine. Okay, so let me start with mammals. So mammals actually move up to this point, okay, and when they got here, okay, so these are mammals. Okay, so mammals have evolved here. All right, so these are mammals. So this is the ancestor of mammals. So let's say mammalian word, mammalian, okay, mammalian word, ancestor, like that. Okay, ancestor. Okay, so mammalian ancestor, like that. Okay, so we have this mammalian ancestor. Okay, like that. Now, so when we got to this point here, some whale decided to go into the water. Okay, so here we all had 5 arm at this point. Okay, 5. Okay, that's 5 arm structure. We all had this at this point, but whale decided to go into the water. So when you get into the water, remember in the water you need to have streamlined body shape. Okay, so whale jumped here, and then bat wanted to fly, so modify the thing like that, wanted to fly, and then the cat moved this way with the 4 arms, okay, and then we move this way, okay, with the chimpanzees and co, like that. Then we advance later on. So you see, all of us came from this particular common ancestor. All right, but then we modified the whatever ancestral feature we've gotten. Okay, so we've all had the 5 limb pattern, which is the word pentadactyl. Okay, that's a pentadactyl. Okay, penta means 5. Okay, that's a pentadactyl word. That's a pentadactyl structure. Okay, all right. We all have that pentadactyl arms. Okay, so let me type here. All right, so we all have this sort of word. This sort of they say penta, pentadactyl limb. All right, so we have all of us things have this pentadactyl limb structure, and if you look at that, each of us, so based on our evolution, so we'll decide to go into water, and so we'll in water. All right, look at how the structure has been modified in the case of whale. All right, look at how human beings, ours has also been modified, our arms. Okay, look at that of bat want to fly, so look at how the structure has been modified. So all of us came up to this point, but we when we got to this point, then based on the environment we want to find ourselves, we will modify the ancestral feature in order to adapt to new environment. Okay, so Will decided to go to water. Okay, bat decided to fly, cat decided to walk on those 4 legs. We decided to want to be pentadactyl. Okay, I say we want to be by paddle. Okay, which means I want to stand. So the bipedal, those bipedal organisms were here, we walk on 2 legs. Okay, so we came to this side like okay, good. So we started. So apes and chimpanzee came here, all right. Okay, you can see that apes still they've not succeeded, and then the homo groups, okay, the hominoid groups also started with the, all right, and then we the advanced group, which is the Homo sapien, all right. So here, so when we talk of homologous structures, okay, the homologous structures, they are similar in the form in terms of the structure, but they have different uses. Why? Because they arrive from look at that, divergent. You see, they at this point here, this is the common ancestor. All right. So they are coming from what? A common ancestor. And then these common ancestor, okay, here, then we modify the modification of this ancestral feature to get these ones. Okay, good. So bats want to fly. So you modify your flying apparatus, okay, so that you have this one. So all of us, you can see that the pattern here, okay, the pattern here is the same for all of them. Okay, they are all the pentabattle limb structure. Okay, so you can see, all right. So this one gives an indication of what, when we compare the anatomy, the anatomical features, okay, the internal structures that we have, it also gives what, an indication of what, of evolution. And based still on these anatomical features, okay, we can even those structures, even those structures that are not in use, when we look at them like that they are not in use, some of them have turned into vestige. Okay, so evolutionary remnants of the structure. So as the after when we pass after we move from the ancestral form, if it's not really functioning, it becomes a vestige. So we have a lot of vestigial structure. Okay, so some of those vestigial structures, so like let's see examples of this one. So here when we talk of like, let me even talk about this vestigial structure here. So in case of vestigial structures that you find, okay, so a lot of structures. So look at the tailbone. Human have some rudimentary tailbone. So you see this this is our sacral. This is the sacral bone. Okay, that's the sacral bone. Okay, the sacrum. Okay, bone here, and this rudimentary tail structure is at the end of the word. That's what we call the word the coccygis. Okay, those coccygis. Okay, those are coccyx. Okay, like that's a coccyx, that's the tail bone here, like that. So after the sacral bone, we have the coccyx here, like that. Okay, it's a ruminant structure. It's not really serving any significant function there, but it's a ruminant structure just to let us know that we once possessed it. Okay, so humans have a tiny muscle called that's a erector pillar muscle. So we have this erector pillar muscle attached to what, our hair follicle, okay, which is still a remnant structure. Okay, when it contracts, sometimes it can produce goosebumps, okay, and our hair will stand upright. Okay, all right, good. So if human beings were hairy like chimpanzee, then contraction of our erector pillar muscle would increase the grade. Okay, so here, because okay, we are not chimpanzee, we are not like that. Look at that. So here, the chimpanzee really need this hair to keep warm. All right, they really need a lot of this hair to keep warm. Look at where they are living and stuff like that, when it's raining and everything, cold weather. So you can see that the erectile muscle that they have, okay, a pili muscle that they have, is quite pronounced. It's very, very strong. It's very tough one. Okay, because they use it to keep their body warm. Okay, and also to look bigger for more intimidation. All right, but as we advance, all those things, they are not really functional. Like, they are not really functioning to its maximum. An example is that our rudimentary bone that we have here, our appendix is also rudimentary structure. Our wisdom teeth are also rudimentary structures. So over a long period of time, these structures tend to lose their original function. Okay, so their function is either reduced or it's become non-functional. All right, great. Okay, great. So this is what so let's see. If you look at look at wheels here. If you look at wheel, look at the structure here, very tiny, and look at this one here. Okay, look at the pelvic bone here. It's a tiny rudimentary structure, okay, inside here. all right, that's they don't really use it. Okay, so if you look at the wheel, okay, all right, like that, look at that. There's this tiny rudimentary pelvic structure, because it's not going to use it for anything. It still needs to get streamlined body shape. Okay, and if I'm going to have streamlined body shape, I think you only need just this one as your thing to propagate, but this extra one here is of no use at all. All right, great. So these are some of the things. These are vestigial structures, okay, that they used to be functional several million years ago. Okay, look at what we have here, 38 million years ago. All right, great. So these rudimentaries, it's now non-functional. So modern day whales, they are not going to use the structure for anything, because they need to keep their streamlined body shape for locomotion through water. So because of that, this pelvic structure here is what is rudimentary. Okay, this pelvic girdle, okay, this pelvic structure here is rudimentary. All right, good. So this is how can we get those rudimentary structures. So they are closely related species frequently have what? Homologous structures. So when you look at how close we are, you can look at our anatomy, our anatomical structure, you can tell us that we are closely related. And then the classic example we normally give for homologous structure is when it comes to the forearms of what? Of mammals, okay, which is a classic homologous, the wing of a bat, a whale, dog, human being, okay. We all have the what? We all have the pentadactyl, okay. We have the dactyl with limb arrangements, okay. Limb arrangements, okay. Pentadactyl, okay. Limb arrangements, okay. So that's a classic example that all of us are coming from what? A common ancestor, okay. And then we diverge, okay, as we move on to various environments, and then getting ourselves adapted to various environments. So anatomical comparison is also when we compare the anatomy of organisms, it also gives us a clue of what it gives us evidence of what? Evolution. Okay, so if you look here, okay, so other vestigial structures that we can talk about, okay, so cave population of Mexican tetra have what? Eye pocket, but no eyes. So which means that now this organism is actually living in a cave. If I live in a cave, there is no light in the cave. The cave is dark. You don't really need a light. So what are you going to? So what it means that it's once who says the eyes, but as it's moved to the cave and it's not going to use the eyes, the eye pocket here, the eye socket, all right, here has become a vestige. Okay, so the eye socket is there, all right, but then it doesn't use it because you're living in a cave. Okay, and likewise, some snakes. There are some snakes that actually burrow into the soil, and if you're going to live in the soil, there are some snakes that are blind. Okay, they actually live in the soil. They don't really, they are blind. Okay, they don't really have eyes to see because they are living in the soil. So they use those ones. They use their sense of what? Their olfactory. They have the sense of smell to even detect their predators. Okay, so a fish like this. Okay, a fish living in what? Living in a cave. All right, wouldn't use the eye for anything. Doesn't need the eyes. Okay, all right, great. And then likewise, kiwi. You know, kiwi. Most of the time, our polish that we buy, you see the kiwi bird on it. Okay, so you see this kiwi bird is a flightless bird. Okay, but so it has what? Some wings. Okay, the forearms still have the wings. Okay, but you see it has been qualified as the useless wings because it doesn't use it to what? To fly. All right, and then some boas. Okay, boas are those pythons. Okay, they still have that sort of what? That sort of remnants of a spur, something like it's like some sort of some tail projections, okay, on them. Okay, all right, good. So all these structures, which means that over the years, when we were like this, when we used to be, when we're developing from common ancestors, like we can possess the structure, but with time, if we don't use the structure, then eventually, if there's no use for it, it becomes what? A vestige. Okay, it becomes a vestige. All right, good. And then the classic instance that we give forward for anatomical features is the what is the anatomical comparison is the word homologous structures. Okay, homologous structures. The classic example that we give. Okay, great. Okay, so the class is the anatomical comparison of human forearms. Okay, they are homologous structures. And when you talk of homologous, what does it mean? They have same form but different use, and they originate from what? A common ancestor. And then so they have different use because they are dwelling in different what environments. Okay, they have different use. Okay, so they are dwelling in different environments. Okay, so and as I said, they originate as a result of what? As a result of divergent evolution. They all got to this point and they all diverge based on which environment you find yourself. Okay, so homologous structures, they come as a result of what? Divergent evolution. Okay, same form but different uses. Okay, some want to fly, some want to stay in the water, some want to walk on the forearms, some want to walk on two legs. Okay, right, or two limbs. Right, good. And then another thing that is also very important is the word that also gives evidence. So we've talked about the first one we talk about is the fossil records. Another one we're going to talk about is the anatomical comparison. Okay, which we normally cite the word the arm, the forearm, the homologous structure. Okay, and we cite the forearm of mammals. Okay, when you compare them, you can see that they have a common ancestor, but they diverge from the common ancestor to various environments, and actually they develop features in relation to that. All right, good. Now there's something very important which we call it what? The embryology. Okay. All right. So once if members of a taxonomic group share a common ancestry, it reflects in their development. Okay. All right. So the next we're going to talk about is how the embryo tend to form, embryonic development, and then we compare the embryo. So if you look at what we are saying here is that if the organism tend to have a common ancestor, then which means that there are some features that they are going to have that will show their similarities in their development. Okay, all right, great. So for instance, if you're coming from a common ancestor, then it means that in the course of our evolutionary history and our development, we will retain certain aspects of our ancestor. So for instance, you see, when mammals, we have a word. Mammals, we have gills, all right? We have gills, we have a post-anal tail. Okay, so we used to have tail. Okay, we have post-anal tail. We have a dorsal hollow nerve cord. All these features, when we look at this here, okay, so these are various embryonic forms. Okay, all right, so these are the early stages of the embryo, and then these are the late stages of the embryo. All right, so if you look at them, okay, if you look at all these vertebrae and we compare their development, okay, all of them tend to have the gill pouch, the pharyngeal gill pouch. Okay, so all mammals, we have the pharyngeal gill pouch. Okay, for breathing. Okay, we call it that's the pharynx. Okay, pharyngeal gill. Okay, pouch. All right, so we have the pharyngeal gill pouch. We have the post-anal heel. All right, and look at that. You can see each and every one of us. When we are developing, we all have this post-anal tail structure. We all have the gills. Okay, so when the hypothesis here is that when organisms are closely related, it means that the way their embryo tend to develop tend to be similar. Okay, so they have similar embryonic development pattern. Okay, all right. In the classic, what is being shown here? Okay, so this you can see all of us are having the pharyngeal gill pouch. and we have the tail here, okay, each and every. And then as we advance in our development, in the case of human beings, as we advance, the tail will be digested off by the lysosomes. Okay, the lysosome will digest of what? Because human beings, we exhibit bipedalism. Okay, so bipedalism means that we walk on two legs. Okay, and once we walk on two legs, then there is no need for us to have tail, because the tail is going to impede our movement. Okay, so but if you look at the structure, if we compare the embryo, you can see similar patterns in the embryo. Okay, so embryonic comparison also gives indication of what, of our evolution. All right, good. So yeah, so as I said earlier on, closely related, they have similar developments. Okay, so when we are developing, okay, the embryonic pattern is similar. So right from the word, we all have the word, the gill pouch, we all have the notochord, and we also have the word, the segmented muscle. So if you look at that, we have this segmented muscles. Okay, that's a four main characteristics of chordates. Okay, if so here, those are notochord. Okay, position of notochord, and then holo, those are nerve cord. And these are all these features. We possess them, okay? Notochord like that, the remnants of, even as of now, we still have some notochord in our body. Okay, if we look at our intervertebral disc, our spinal, the vertebral column that we have, which is housing our spinal cord, okay, there is this disc there. So if you, let's say, if I take some, let me draw something for you to see. So if I take, this is the intervertebral disc like that, let's say one, if you see that we have the bones, the vertebral bones like this, and then in between the bones, okay, no, come on, let me just show you a picture rather than, okay, so vertebra, okay, column, all right, so let me see the one, okay, great, let's see, the one that it is easy for me, okay, great, let me pick this one here, okay, okay. Great. So let me copy this here and bring it. All right. So let's say if I have something like this. All right. Good. Now, if you look at my screen on top of what, okay, let me put on different slides. So that if you look at my screen, here, okay. All right. If you look at my screen here, you can see. So let me bring maybe red. Okay, great. You can see from here, in between this one, you see in between the two, if this is the vertebra, these are the vertebra. And in between them, there's this disc in between them. Have you seen it? There's this disc in between them. Okay. This structure here, we call it intervertebral disc. Now inside the intervertebral disc, there's a remnant of what? Of notochord there. So inside that intervertebral disc, even right now, as at now, there's a remnant of what? There's a remnant of notochord there, okay, giving evidence of our evolutionary development. So right from fishes to reptiles to amphibians to reptiles to birds to mammals, all of them tend to have some sort of some aquatic features during and still now. When we are developing, we still have them. We still have the gill pouch. We still have the notochord. We still have the segmented muscles. Okay. We still have the dorsal hollow nerve cord that I mentioned here. We still have the postannal tail. All right. So all these embryonic features, we possess them in our development. And so when you compare the embryology of organisms, it can also give a clue of some sort of evidence of evolution. All right. Then the next one is genetic. Okay, so genetic is very, very, very important. Now for modern day, the one that we rely on, everything, we always say that DNA doesn't lie. Okay, so in the case of genetics, so most of the things that we do now is purely based on genetics. Okay, so we use the gene to to classify organisms. So we use the DNA, and then we call something sequencing. So we sequence the nucleotides of the DNA that we have, and then we can compare. So as we said, human beings and what, and chimpanzee, we share about 99%. We have 99% identical. Our genome is that's how that close. Okay, so human beings and chimpanzee are that close. Okay, so human beings and chimpanzee are 99% identical and are closer than what, chimpanzee and what, chimpanzee to apes. So we are closer to what, chimpanzee than chimpanzee is to what, to apes. All right. So yeah. So, and this one, the reason we can do that is what, and the reason we can do that is okay. Okay. The reason we can do that, okay, the reason it is happen like that is because we have DNA. Now DNA here can show patterns. So for instance, if you look at my first slide here, this first slide here, okay, this is something that we use DNA, okay, to do all the time. Okay, I've constructed a lot of this table using what? Using the genetic data. So we do the sequencing, we sequence the DNA of various organisms. Maybe I can even, in my case, I even work on mosquitoes. So I sequence the DNA of mosquitoes, and then I can use it to construct phylogenetic tree. So this is what we have here is phylogenetic tree. So I can use the genetic data. And when I use the genetic data to construct it, it can actually tell me that which animal is closer to which one. All right. Okay. Based on the genetic data. All right. So yeah. So modern day we use the genetic data to see the pattern of what. So there are some organisms we thought that, oh, maybe A is closer to B, but as genetic DNA work, molecular work actually advanced, we discovered that, oh no, maybe A is closer to. So we use it to construct this sort of. Let me show you something here, like that. So we use it to construct this sort of trees. All right, so we use it to construct something like that. So phylogenetic tree like that. So for instance, if you look at this my tree here, there's a common ancestor here. So you can see that A came out here. You can see that B and what, C are closer. So you can see that while A left, B and C were still going on. And then A and B moving on later. This one evolved separately. This one evolved separately. So we can see that B is what? B is closer to C than it is to A. Why? Because A evolved first. But at that time, A and B still moved on. And then later on that they actually one evolved from each other. So they share a lot of common stuff up to this point, okay, than they share with this one. All right, so here, so this tree here is what you call evolutionary tree or phylogenetic tree. So they have a common, I see that there's a common ancestor here. This one evolved, emerged from this side, and then they move on, okay? But the reason this and this are closely is much more related to this than it is to this one is because they have what? They have immediate common ancestor. And what's the immediate common ancestor? The immediate common ancestor is this one here, all right? Okay, unlike A and this one together, they are coming from this particular common ancestor. But B and C, they have this immediate common ancestor. And because they have immediate common ancestor, it means that B is closer to C than it is to A based on this phylogenetic tree. Okay, all right, great. So yeah, so we can use, and this construction of this one, we use modern day, what we use what? Genetic data to do the construction of the phylogenetic tree. Okay, good. Another thing that is not here that I added is the geographical distribution of what? Of organisms. Now, for instance, if you look at even human beings, that we are. If you look at human beings, okay, so as means a geographical distribution of what? Of animals. Okay, if you look at, let's say, elephants, forest elephants, and what? Forest elephants and savanna elephants. They are all elephants, all right, but their structures are not the same. Okay, all right. You can see that the forest elephants and then the savanna elephants. Yes, you can see even their hair patterns are not going to be the same. Let me even take human beings as a classic example. Now, if you see that those of us who are living in the tropics, we don't have a lot of hair on our skin. We have a lot of melanin. Okay, now go to the weather here is not all that cold like that. If you go to, let's say, India, though there are some part of India that is tropic, they're also in tropical condition, but the place is not as warm as Africa as Sub-Saharan Africa. So if you look at even in Africa here, you can see that those people, the Dinka tribes and those people in South Sudan, you can see that they are darker than those of us in where those of us who are a little bit slightly far from the equator. And as you move away from the equator, you can see that skin color even tend to change as you move a little bit away from the equator. So in the central belt of equator, you can see the South Sudan, the Ugandans, the Burundi people who are quite close to the Congolese and such like that, who are very close to the equator. They are quite darker. Okay, as compared to those people from Tanzania, Botswana, Angola, and then South Africa. Okay, you can see that as you move away from the equator, the skin color even tends to differ. All right, so they are the same organism, same human beings, but the geographical distribution, different environment that you find yourself, that you've adapted to, will actually cause you to have certain features to adapt to those various environments. So with time, you can see that the same organism, okay, when you bring them together, they have entirely different structures altogether. Okay, great. All right. And I think I even made mention of the goats that northern Ghana, the goats that they have been coming from northern Ghana. They're normally tall, they are very tall and lanky. But the goats we have in southern Ghana, the West African dwarf goats, they are short, okay, and then they are stout, okay, all right, good. So yeah, so all these structure, they could be the same organisms, okay, but
Doc,
when you are found in different places, yes, please.
please, those goods you are talking about, most of them are from Burkina.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. The northern, that's why I said northern part. Okay,
Okay.
so and you can see Burkina is warm. It's a very hot
Yeah.
place, and research has shown that people who are coming from people in the north in heated area, high temperature areas, they are not really fat. They don't put in a lot of weight usually. They are usually slim and tall. Okay, and those who are in less warm areas, okay, they are stout and short. Okay, relatively. Okay, like comparative. If you compare people in warm places, they're usually lanky, okay, and tall as compared to those who are away from warm areas. Okay, all right, great. So geographical distribution can influence also when we take the geographical distribution, we can also get evidence from there as well. So let's see a little quick recap of those points that we've made. So we talked about what? We talked about the evidence of evolution. We talk about one, anatomical comparison. Okay, so let's see a quick recap. Quick recap of that. Okay, we'll talk about what that's a okay okay, well, let me take blank one. So evidence here, we talk about fossil records. Okay, fossil records. Okay, fossil records. Anatomical comparison. Okay, comparisons. All right, we can talk about word embryology. Okay, we can talk of word in this embryology. We can talk of word genetic. Okay, genetics now. Okay, genetic data now. Embryology, genetic data, and then we can also talk about what geographical distribution. So geographical geographical distribution of what? Distribution of what of animals. All right. Okay, how animals have distributed geographically can also give indication of what? Evidence of evolution. All right, good. Now, what we're going to talk about is the what? Patterns of evolution. All right, patterns of evolution. Okay, so these patterns of evolution, most books that some of the books that you read, as last time our brother said, that we can talk of what? Convergent and divergent evolution. All right, good. So when we talk of these patterns of evolution, we are talking about so so patterns of evolution, we are talking about uh, convergent, convergent. So we have the so let's start. Let me start with divergent. Divergent evolution. Okay, you can talk of convergent, convergent evolution, evolution. We can talk of parallel, parallel evolution. Okay, and then we can talk of about co-evolution. Okay, co-evolution. Okay, evolution, evolution. All right, good. So let me help you out with something. All right. Okay, so let me see which one will be quick. Okay, so this is divergence. Let me come and pick my old slide here. Okay, which usually explains this one very well. Okay, so let me pick this my slide here and bring it up here. Okay, so let me bring it this one up here to explain what I wanted to show you. Okay, good. So so let me take all these ones out. Okay, that's not what I'm interested in now. Okay, all right, let me take this one here. All right, great. Okay, so this particular slide, okay, I use it in my phylogenetic class, okay, but this one is it's quite a very good point that I want to use it here. All right, so when it comes to divergent evolution, okay, that's quite straightforward. Okay, divergent evolution, I can use this just something simple like that. Okay, so let's say divergent evolution, all right, is something simple. Let me just draw here for you. All right, great. So let's say divergent evolution is common ancestor. Usually when we talk of evolution, that is what we are referring to actually. So common ancestor, and then this it's too big. Okay, so common ancestor like that. Okay, so common ancestor like this. All right. Then to go this way, you go your way. I also go my way like this. Then as you go, another one will branch this way. Okay, another one will branch like that. Okay, another one will branch like this, and so it goes. So this one here is divergent evolution. And what is divergent evolution? Divergent evolution, you can see that organisms are having what? A common ancestor. So this is evolution of features. Okay, all right, features from what? From a common ancestor. So here, look at what is going to. We have a common ancestor, but we modify. Okay, we modify the features of the ancestral features. So these are what? These are what? These are modification of what? Of ancestral features. All right, modification of the ancestral features. So what this one like this. So here you can see that we came here. This is a common ancestor here, and then let's take it this way that this is my if it is in the case of vertebrate, this is my word. This is my fishes evolving. All right, and then so fishes and this and they split. My amphibians went this way. Out of the amphibians, I get my reptiles like that. out of the reptiles, then maybe I have something like birds evolving, and maybe later on mammals evolving from here, like that. Okay, something like that. So what is here? So in the case of divergent evolution, all right, in the case of divergent evolution, you can see that it is what? It involves the word modification, okay? It involves modification of what? Modification of the ancestral word features, all right? So modification of word of ancestral features, okay? Whereby, so here you can see that closely related species, what is it going to do? Okay, closely related species tend to what? They tend to move away from what? From one another. So let's take it this way. This one's here, this closely related species here, they are now moving away from one another and adapting to what? Different environments. So here, okay, we are coming from here, we are having a common ancestor, but we are having different features. Our features have been modified in order to exist in different environments. Are you with me? So here we have we have a common ancestor. So in the case of divergent evolution, from the word diverge, we are coming from a common ancestor, but due to different environments we are existing, we modify our ancestral features in order to adapt to different environments. Please, are we clear with that? Okay, are we clear with that? So here, so when you come to divergent evolution, the organisms are coming from common ancestor, but they are dwelling in different environments. And because you are dwelling in different environment, and I'm also dwelling in different environment, we are going to have features that will enable us, okay, exist in those environments. All right. So our features over time may not be related. We will have different features over time. Do you understand that? Like, look at the wing of a bat, okay, and then wing of and then the arm of the arm of the flippers of So let's say bat is here, all right. So wing of a bat, okay, here, and that of they are not So they are all coming from the pentadactyl arm structure from the common ancestor, but we can see that there are various modifications of this structure. All right. So we have So when we talk of divergent evolution, we are talking about evolution of of features, okay, which are modifications of the ancestral features. Okay, so you're coming from a common ancestor but different environment, and because you are dwelling in different environments, you develop features that will make you adaptive to the environment. Okay, all right, so that is what divergent evolution talks about. So that's the one that I talked about. So in divergent evolution, it leads to formation of homologous structures. Okay, so here divergent evolution, so coming from so one thing, so similar forms, okay, all right, but similar basal, maybe let me use basal form, okay, similar basal form, but different functions or use, okay, due to different environment, okay, environment. So due to different environment, okay, great. So here, all right, so and this one is based on modification of the ancestral structure, okay, ancestral structure. All right, good. So here, another term that we use is what we call adaptive radiation. All right. So here, if you look here, let's see this. Okay, so if you look here like that, okay, all right, you can see that we can see what we call adaptive radiation. So different species evolve from a common ancestor. So these are different structures that are coming from what? Different functional structures coming from what? A common ancestor. Okay, so like that. So these are all birds. So these are finches. Okay, but look at that. All of them are different. So these are all different finches. Okay, but they have, okay, they are evolving. Okay, so based on where the environment they found themselves in different niches. Some are feeding on the floor, others are feeding on the mid portion in the trees. Okay, so you can see small trees, middle trees, large trees. Okay, all right, mangrove finches, woodpecker finches, large ground finches, medium ground finches. So you see, so different. So you have the ancestral finch, all right, but the ancestral finch, all the other finches, based on the environment they found themselves, they would develop features. Okay, they would develop features that will make them adaptive to various environments. So if you look at, okay, so these are all finches. All right, so here, this is what we call adaptive radiation. So they are radiating from a particular point, and that particular point is the what? That's the ancestral finch. All right, so based on different environment they find themselves, some are, you see, so you have the seed eaters. So look at the bill of the seed eater. All right, look at the bill of the cactus eater. Look at the bill of the what? The probing eaters. Those are insect eaters. Look at their bills. Look at that. Look at the woodpecker. Look at the woodpecker finches. Look at how they are. Okay, all right. So all these finches, they are dwelling in different niches. They are dwelling in different environment. And once you are dwelling in different environment, the environment will dictate to you how you should look like, because the environment you find yourself will actually dictate to you what sort of food you are going to feed on, and then how the general adaptation, okay, in the environment. All right, good. So that is what divergent evolution talks about. So divergent evolution is when you talk of evolution, the classic evolution itself, we are referring to the divergent evolution. So these are different structures that are modification of the ancestral structure. Okay, all right, and that modification is based on what? Based on the different environments that organisms find themselves. Okay, so when we talk of what, so in divergent, so here we can common, they all coming from a common ancestor, but different functional structures. All right, but all these structures coming from what? A common ancestor. And why are the structures different? Because they are adapted to what? Different environment. And once you are adapted to different environment, then you diverge. A time will come when you bring the two species together, they can't even what? They can't even reproduce. Okay, you see that for long geological period, when you bring the two of them, you bring the one here and the one here, and then they cross, you can see that they can't produce a fertile offspring. In that case, which means that speciation has taken place. Okay, speciation has taken place. All right, good. So that's what happens here. So here, different features coming from where? Different functional features. Okay, coming from where? Coming from a common ancestor. All right, different functional evolution of different functional structures coming from what? A common ancestor due to what? Adaptation to different environments. And these are functional structures. They are what? They are modification of the ancestral structures. All right, they are modification of the ancestral structures. And the classic example is the pentadactyl limbs of the what? The forearms of what? Of vertebrates. Okay, if you look at how If you look at how the arms of what, the arms of bats, the arms of whales, and the arms of cats, okay, so they are existing in different environments, okay, and because of that, they have evolved structure, they have modified the ancestral features in order for them to adapt to their environment. Okay, so that is divergent evolution. So divergent evolution results in the production of what, of a homologous what structures. Okay, homologous structures. Okay, so divergent evolution leads to the formation of what, of homologous what, homologous structures. All right, good. And what are homologous structures, please? Can somebody help me? What are homologous structures? What's are homologous structures? I think we just talked about it. All right. All right. So when we talk of homologous structures, they have what? They have a similar underlying structure. Okay. But good. So these are different. These are what? These are anatomical structures that have what, similar. In fact, the underlying, what, the basal structure. That's what I use the word basal. Okay, good. Do you understand that there's similar basal structure, but okay, different what, functions. Okay, all right. They have different functions, but in terms of, they have similar basal structure or similar underlying structure, but different what, functions. Okay, because they are coming from what, they are coming from a common ancestor. All right, good. So that is what divergent evolution talks about. So divergent evolution, some books that you read, they will make mention of what, adaptive what, adaptive, okay, radiation. All right, radiation. All right, so here adaptive radiation, okay, here meaning that this one is going to adapt to this environment, so it will become different from this one. And at this point where you are different from me, where this species became different from this one, let's take it this way, that at the point, so this point here, okay, so this point, so this is the point where A became different from this one. Okay, so at this point that A became different. Okay, and that point, this point here is the point of what, speciation. So speciation is the word, the evolution of new species. Okay, when there's that's the macro evolution. Okay, whereby giving rise to what, new species. That's when you became different from me. And when you became different, it means that at that point, when this and this, when they cross, they can't get a fertile offspring. Okay, if you look at the definition of species, species is a group of organisms of the same kind that are capable of what, of interbreeding to produce a fertile offspring. So sometimes you get these organisms, and then when they cross, okay, you can get hybrid, all right, but the hybrid is not fertile. All right, good. So here, because of that, you see what will bring about what? So here we call something genetic what? Isolation. So gene will stop flowing between A and B. So let's say this organism is here, this organism is here, and then what will happen is that this organism, they are not, let's say if there is geographical isolation like this and this, there are geographical isolation between them. And then if there is geographical isolation, time will come, those organisms in A and those organisms in B, they are not crossing. Okay, so those A here, they are crossing here. And for a long time, evolution, mutation, and stuff like that will occur in A, and B to the same thing in B. So this geographical isolation can lead to something we call what? Can lead to genetic what? Reproductive isolation. Okay, a time will come when you bring the two of them together for about maybe several years. Okay, maybe about 500 years time, or maybe 1,000, or maybe that's too small. Maybe about 500,000 years time. When you bring A here and B here, and then you ask them they should cross, they will say that they will never cross with each other, because at that time this one has become completely different from this one. Okay, so when there is this geographical isolation, it can bring to what? Reproductive isolation. So we are not crossing, and if you are not crossing, a time will come we become genetically different from each other. Okay, and that when we are this species and you are different from me entirely, that is speciation. Okay, That is speciation. You are different from me, so we can't even cross. When we cross, our offspring will not be fertile. Okay, so that at the point here where it's occurred, we call this point of what? Speciation. Okay, and this from here to maybe let's say, let me put X here. Okay, and let's say Y here. At this point here, so this X and Y here, this is the from here to this point is called lineage. Okay, and this is the point where the two of them separated from what? Each other. So that's a point of speciation. Okay, whereby they became different from each other. So anytime we talk of real evolution, we are actually referring to what? We are actually referring to divergent evolution. Okay, all right, good. And divergent evolution lead to formation of what?
Alright,
Yes, please. Please go ahead.
please, I think when you were trying to explain the point of speciation or whatever, please,
Mhm.
I didn't get it clear because I couldn't see your pointer.
Okay, so what I'm saying here is that okay, so what I'm saying here, okay, well, let me take a blank page. Let me take it. So let's take it this way that I have this is my okay, this is my ancestral features, this ancestral organism. They got here, this one became different. Let me use different color. Okay, so this one, when we go to this point, this one became different. Okay, this group became different, and still the other group were still okay. Okay, they were, this one became different, so it branched. So this one branched its way. Then as time goes on, other group of organisms, okay, also so became different from some groups here like that, became different from this one. And then another, as time goes on, some organisms also became different from this one here. All right. And then as time went on, other organisms also became different from this one. Okay. And then it went on again. Other organisms like that became let's say ash. Let's say became different from this one. Good. So here, the point here where they become different is what we call point of speciation. So this is the point when you contrast phylogenesis, this is the point of what? Of speciation. So this is when this group became, okay, this organism, this okay, point of speciation. All right. So this is when this organism became what? This is when this is the point where this one became different from this. So the point where they became different, that this is different species, okay, where the macro evolution truly okay. That point is what we call point of speciation. All right, good. So as it move on, there's another point of speciation here, another point of speciation here, another point of speciation here, another point of speciation here. So that's how it continues. Okay. So somebody asked the last time that how come we have if we say that monkey, human beings came out of monkey, but how come we still have monkeys? So you can see that when we are evolving, we don't just disappear completely. Look at this one. This one evolved here. So out of this one, some people will come, some will come out of it that are a little bit different. So this one is still in existence like this. Okay, this one is still in existence. But out of this one, few individuals will be different and then they will come out. Okay, they will become different. And so that's a point of speciation, the point at which it became different from this. Yeah. Okay, so this what I have here is a phylogenetic.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, please.
Please, looking at the differences, they have become different from each other when the times are going. And you said that when they cross, their hybrid will not be. Their hybrid
Even
will
if
not
they
be
cross, will
fertilized.
not be fertile. Will not be fertile.
It will not be fertile. Please,
Yes.
I want to know whether fertilization can occur in the first place.
Fertilization, yes, some of them fertilization can occur. Some of them. We still have hybrid in nature. Hybrids still occur in nature between even two different species. For some, not all of them though. For some.
Oh, okay.
So have you seen
Oh.
most of the plants you see? Most of the plants you see now, that do not produce viable seeds. That's what
Yeah.
happened to them. So
okay.
plantain, cassava, that is what our genetic, like modern genetic studies have shown. That so they came as a result of what? As a result of hybridization, but they couldn't produce viable seeds. So those are ginger, ginger, cassava, plantain, all those ones that they can't produce viable seed. You can't see their seeds. They came as a result of hybridization. All right, that's why they don't have. You see that when you open banana, you have seeds in there,
Yes, please.
but you can't plant their seeds.
Sure.
Yeah, that seed is not viable. So we believe that all those plants, they came as a result of what? As a result of hybridization, but their seeds are not viable. Okay, we can't reproduce them using their seeds. Okay, great. So here, even they don't fertilize. I like the question you asked. In most cases, we don't expect fertilization to occur, but even if it occurs, the offspring will not be fertile. The hybrid will not be fertile. That's what you imply. You understand that? And normal circumstance, sometimes we expect pre-zygotic barrier. Pre-zygotic barrier means that there's a barrier to even fertilization. You understand that? So that when we have pre-zygotic, so some organs they have pre-zygotic barrier. Zygotic barrier. It means that one fertilization will not even occur. Okay, so it's pre-zygote. Okay, others too, even fertilization. Okay, we have the post-zygotic barrier. Sometimes after fertilization, the seed will not be viable. All right, so we have post-zygotic barrier. We have others ones that are pre-zygotic barrier. Okay, all right, great. So these are the points where where the two of them separated from each other. That's a point of what? Speciation. That's where the change occurred, that this group of organisms became different from that group. So this is the point of speciation. Okay. So as I said, when we talk of evolution, we are actually referring to what? We are actually referring to divergent evolution, which has what embeddedly has inherent this thing called what? Adaptive radiation, whereby these organisms are developing and adapting to different environments. So they have similar basal or underlying structures, but they have different functions. Okay, all right. Why? Because they are coming from a common ancestor, giving them the similar basal structure, but different function in the sense that they are actually adapted to different environments. Okay, so those structures are what we call homologous structures. They are structures with similar underlying structures, but different functions. Okay, and they originate from what? A common ancestor. Okay, good. Now, when we talk of convergent evolution, that one is quite simple. That one, let me use my picture here to show you here. Okay. I'm not interested this side, so let me crop this side for you. Okay, so let's see. Now, if you look at convergent evolution here, all right, good. You see, convergent evolution, this is whereby you are developing similar structures, but these similar structures, they evolve independent of each other. When we say independent of each other, we are talking, they are not coming from a common ancestor at all. Okay, so look at the wing of what? Look at the wing of a bird and the wing of a bat and wing of butterfly. They are not related in any way. They don't have a common ancestor. Okay, so independent evolution of the same feature from what? From different ancestral conditions. Okay, that's what you call convergent evolution. They are not related in any way. So look at convergent evolution here. Let me put. So convergent evolution will go like this. So convergent evolution will go like this. You are coming from here. I am coming from here. Okay, all right, but we happen to find ourselves in the same environment, but the environment necessitates that we have a certain feature. So here we are talking about what? We are talking about similar features coming from what? Coming from different common ancestors. Please, do you understand what? Why? Why are we having similar features? Because we are all in water. And when you are in water, what do? You need a streamlined body shape. You need fins. You need fins or flippers. Flippers to swim. So whether you are a turtle or whether you are a dolphin or you are a whale or sea seal, all right, you need to get certain structure that will, for you to swim in the water, you need what? You need a streamlined body shape, because that is the prerequisite for you to survive in the water. You need what? You need flipper, you need fins, you need flippers, you need what? You need streamlined body shape like that. You need streamlined body shape like that. Okay, for you to survive. So here, this is what? Evolution of similar, okay, functional structures, okay, that are coming from what? Different common ancestors. We don't have common ancestors. Our ancestors are not related. We are not coming from immediate common ancestor, but we have what? We have similar structure. That is what? This similar structure is doing what? The similar structure, okay, because we find ourselves in the same environment. And that sort of evolution is what you call convergent evolution. We are not coming from a common ancestor. Okay, so a classic example is the word, is the wing of what? The wing of wing of butterfly, wing of what? Wing of a bird, and wing of what? And wing of wing of a bird, or wing of a bat. All right. So we have what? So we have a wing of a butterfly, wing of a bird, or wing of a bat. So when you look at all these, okay, when you look at all that, all right, like that, okay. So when we look at all these structures like that, you see, these organisms, they are not coming from a common ancestor. Okay, they have different common ancestors, but they all have this wing. So this wing here, the wing here, and the wing here, they are what? These structures, we call them they are analogous structures. Okay, so these are similar structures coming from where? Coming from different common ancestors. All right. Okay. So similar structures of what? Similar structures. Okay. Why are the structures similar? Because they found themselves in what? They found in what? Found in similar environment. Okay. All right. So similar structures coming from what? Different similar functional structures coming from different ancestors. This is what we call what? Homologous structures. And these homologous structures, they arise as a result of what? Convergent evolution. Okay, wing of butterfly, they are not related. They are butterfly and bird, they are not coming from immediate common ancestor. Far, in fact, we deviated from each other long ago. Okay, so for a bird, so just because bird want to fly, a butterfly want to fly, and a bat want to fly, they all need to develop wings. Okay, so when we talk of what? When we talk of analogous structures, we are talking about similar structures. And why are they similar? They are similar because they are what? They helping to find themselves in what? In the same environment. Okay, So here we are talking about different species, okay? Different species having what? Similar functional structures, okay? All right, so here, different what? Different, okay, different what? We are talking about different species are having what? The different species are having similar functional structures, okay? And these structures, they're originating from what? They're originating from what? From different common ancestors, okay? Different ancestors. They don't have what? They don't have what? So similar, okay? So here we are talking about what? Different species having what? Similar functional structures, okay? Coming from what? Similar functional structures, all right? Similar functional structures, okay? Similar functional structures coming from what? But from what? From different what? From different ancestors, okay? From different ancestors, all right? Or maybe in some books that you read, they will use from what? From different evolutionary origins, all right? So we are not related in any way, but we have similar environmental way. They are coming from, they are found in what? Similar environment. We are all swimming. And if we are swimming, what do you need? You need a streamlined body structure, all right? You need fins and flippers, okay? Fins for fishes and flippers for turtles and some other organisms to swim with it, okay? So they have what? They have similar functional structures that are coming from what? Different ancestors, okay? Or different what? Different evolutionary what? Origins. So that evolution of what? Evolution of similar structures, okay? Coming from different what? Different evolutionary origins is what we describe as what? What we describe as convergent. What we describe as what? Convergent evolution. Are you with me? So these are wing of a butterfly and wing of a bird. They are not coming from immediate common ancestor. We parted ways long millions of years ago. All right. So how come they are having wings? So because all of them are flying, they are living in arboreal environment. They are living in the air. Okay. All right. Fishes. Okay. Fishes and so the whales, which is a mammal, dolphin, which is a mammal, shark is a fish. All right. So all these organisms are living in the water. What do you need if you're living in the water? You need a streamlined body shape. You need fins. All right. Okay. So they have similar structures coming from what? That's similar functional structures that are coming from what? Different ancestors or having what? Different evolutionary origins. Okay. Different what? Having different what? Different evolutionary origins. Okay. So that evolution is what we call convergent evolution. An example of convergent evolution is the word, the wing of butterfly, wing of birds, and wing of what? Bat. Okay, all these ones, and these structures are called what? Analogous structures. Structures that have similar, okay, similar functions, okay, all right, as they are adapted to the same environment, but they come from what? Different evolutionary origins. Okay, different evolutionary origins. All right, great. Okay, any confusion so far? So if I take this my picture here, you can see that these are independent. Okay, look at that. So let's take it this way, that look at where we parted ways. We parted ways, let's say at this point here in evolutionary time, we parted ways maybe 100 years ago, maybe 100 million years ago. Okay, and then we parted ways, and then all of a sudden you have appeared here. So look at this. So the common ancestor is this. All right, okay, and then okay, and then this one, okay, common ancestor. That our ancestors, even our immediate ancestor, were not even having the wings. Okay, so you move on later in life that you developed it. This also move on later in life that you developed it. All right, so that is what you call convergent evolution. Now, when it comes to parallel evolution, what parallel evolution is that, you see, so if you look here, you can see that this one is different. This one is different, okay? And then they originate from it independently. So my ancestor may not even have it, my ancestor. So, but when it comes to parallel evolution, it's independent evolution of the same feature from the same common ancestral conditions. Okay, so here when you talk of what, when you talk of please get it here. Now you can see that all of them are white, right? So which means that the ancestor used to have it, and then we diverge from this ancestor. But later on, I develop it on my own. Okay. Now let me throw a little bit light on this so that you understand this one better. Now look at it here. Let's take it this way, that my ancestor is this, and my ancestor is having something here, like that. Let's say my ancestor is having something here. There's this ancestral condition. This ancestor has something, maybe some special structure, maybe let me see. I'm coming. Let me get some picture of parallel. Let me get parallel evolution example for you here. Let me see. Let me get a picture. A picture will help. Okay, so let's take it this way. Okay, good. All right. Okay, so let's see. I've gotten some picture for you. Okay, I won't. That was better. It's better to explain with a picture than to do abstract things. Okay, so let's see something here. Now, okay, good. So when we talk of parallel evolution, okay, so let's take it this way. Orange coat is here, right? Okay, this is orange coat here. Now, look at that. Look at, so let's see, let's take it this way. Let's see who is the common. So the common orange coat is here. Now the common ancestor is here. All right, this is the common ancestor here. Now, so as they are evolving, so they are coming. Now look at that. They are coming from where? So this orange coat structure here. So you move on like that. So this is this particular ancestor here. All right, the top here is their common ancestor, which is similar. Okay, and then all of us, as they move on, you develop the orange coat early, but later on in life, we also have a common ancestor, which is this one. Okay, which is this species. Okay, here we also have the same common ancestor, but later on in life, then you realize that, oh, you also, this orange coat, it wouldn't be bad if you have it. Okay, if you have it, it's not bad. So you still have a common ancestor, but your development, you coming out, this one came out later on in life, but it didn't come out of this. Okay, all right, even though they all have common ancestor, but this one didn't come out of this one, evolved independent of this one. So when there is what independent evolution of similar structure from a common ancestor, that is parallel evolution. Please, do you get a point, right? Let me come again. Now, let's take it this way. This one, we all have, you see, this organism, you can see that this organism, what is here, it has moved on all the way there. And then early parts, just this one here, from this particular ancestor, all of them, this is all of them, all this one moved the same one going forward, all of them here. all of them, you can see all of them. But early part, this one developed the orange coat. And then later on, the same ancestor, then you develop your orange coat later on from the same ancestor. All right. But if when we talk of if this were to be the divergent, it means that you will come out from this one. But this orange one didn't come out of this. They came out of the same common ancestor, all right. But this one came out later on. Okay, all right. Some ancestral feature that they all have, okay, they came out of it later on. All right. Okay, great. Let me take another example for you. Let's see parallel evolution. Parallel evolution. Let me see. Okay, parallel. Some classic example. Okay, let's see. Okay, this one doesn't. Okay, let me look at this picture. Okay, not the way I want it. Okay, let's see. I'm coming. Let me see whether I can get one classic example. I'm just looking at a picture that I could get the parallel evolution easily from. Okay, all right. Let's take it this way. Okay. Okay. So good. Now there's a simple image. There's a simple image here that I think will help you. This is the simple image here. Okay. Good. It's not all that clear, but I think it will help. Okay. Let me see if I open this video. I will open the video now. Okay, great. Now, good. So look at divergent evolution. If you look at divergent evolution, we are coming from a common ancestor. We modify, okay, we modify to different structures so that we can adapt to different environment. Divergent, we are coming from different evolutionary region, different ancestors, but we have similar structure. Now, parallel evolution, look at that. You see, I didn't come out of you. Okay, this one, it's not like if it is it didn't come out of, it's like I came out on my own, like this, something like this. The ancestor is here, I developed this one, and you also developed this one. So let's say you develop wing to fly here at this point here, but later, still from this same common, maybe the vestigial wing structure was there, but later on that I developed it. Okay, but we are still all coming from this common, this particular one. Okay, we are all still coming from the same ancestor. All right, that you develop the wing early part here, but I develop it here. But we are coming from, okay. But you see, it's not something like the wing this one has developed. Let's say this is A here. Let's say this is the point of speciation. A here, B there, and then C came here. Now, you see, the C didn't come out of the A. That's what we have. So that's what makes it independent. So this is what? Independent evolution of what? Similar structures from a common ancestor. That is what you call parallel evolution. All right. If it is independent evolution from what? If you look here, if you look at my picture here, all right, this picture gives perfect analogy. Perfect analogy here, like that. Convergent evolution. We have different ancestors, and then we are similar. Parallel evolution, we have a common ancestor, but we evolve independent of each other. You went this way, you evolved the structure. I went this way, and I also later developed the structure. All right. Please, do you understand? This side can confuse. Please, do you get it? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Doc.
Yeah, hello, Doc.
So if you come to divergent, we come from common ancestor, we develop different structures, but different structure had similar underlying structure, but different modifications so that we can adapt to different environments. So different structures but common ancestor. This one, similar functional structures but different ancestor. Now, this one, similar functional structures but coming from what? But they originate independently, but they are coming from what? A common ancestor. Please, are you with me? Are you with me? The parallel and the convergent tend to confuse people. The divergent will give rise to what? Will give rise to homologous structures. Structures that have what? That have that are coming from common ancestor but different functional structures. Okay, different functional structures. Okay, all right. And then we have what? We have, so that will give rise from, that will originate from divergent evolution. Convergent evolution means that they are coming from different evolutional origin, okay? Different evolutional origin, okay? All right, different evolutional origin, all right? But what? Different evolutional origins, but having what? Similar what? Similar functional structures. Are you with me? Are you there?
Please.
Yes, please.
Good. And then we have what? Then we have parallel evolution. And when we talk of parallel evolution, in this particular case, what happens is that they are coming from what they are coming from common ancestor, all right, but they originated independent of each other. Okay, they are similar structure. What is here and here? They are similar, but they are what? They originated independent. It's like I came out of this common ancestor. I didn't come out of you. Okay, I passed through my own corner. Just like, let's take it this way that like your brother is there, and your brother is an engineer, and then you're also an engineer. People will think that maybe you took motivation from your brother, but no, you're an engineer on your own accord because maybe you love mathematics and engineer, okay, or biology. Maybe your brother is a biologist and you also decided to study biology, okay. It has nothing to do with what? It has nothing to do with your brother. But let's say if it has something to do with your brother, it means you came out of your brother. Do you understand that? But that's not the case. You didn't come out of your brother. You came in your own accord. You picked this path, but you also ended up, okay. Like for instance, my elder brother is a lecturer, okay. So he's a doctor just like me, okay. But we have different paths, okay. Just like he's an engineer, so he picked different paths and later decided to jump into academia. I picked different paths as genetics and later jump into academia. So all of us, we come from a common ancestor, Araba and Kofi here. So this is a common ancestor here. We pick different paths, but we all ended up being a lecturer. We pick different paths, but we ended up being a lecturer. So this is parallel evolution. Okay, this is what? Independent evolution of similar structures. Okay, all right, of similar structures coming from what?
Hello,
coming
right.
from a common ancestor. Yes, please.
In that case, would they have different DNA?
Yes, some parts of our DNA will be different, but we will share quite a majority of it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, because we are coming from common ancestors,
Okay.
we share quite a majority of it. Okay, but we becoming like the classic example in my case, myself and my other brother. Okay, we pick different in our career paths were different. I mean, he read engineering, and I read biology. Okay, I majored in tropical medicine. He majored in civil engineering. Do you understand that? But as we move on later in life, we are all in academia. So if you say, let's say this is engineering part, but later here, the arrow here is academia. This is my part. Okay, majored in tropical medicine, specifically in genetics, and then at the end I'm in academia. So here, so it is what I didn't come out of my elder brother. Okay, it's not modification from my elder brother. If it's modification from my elder brother, it would have been what? Divergent evolution. Like I came, maybe as I move here, like that. Okay, my elder brother here, and then I branch off from my elder brother. Let's take it this way. I also studied, let's say, engineering. All right, I also studied engineering, and when I got here, I branch off from maybe study engineering and maybe branch off from him, maybe because he is civil engineering, and branch off for him maybe to study maybe designing, or maybe some sort of maybe mechanical engineering or architecture or something, which is more or less offshoot of maybe civil engineering. Okay, but no, we pick different paths all together, but he is here as a lecturer, and I'm also here as a lecturer in my own accord, in his own accord. Do you understand that? But we have a common ancestor, okay? A common ancestor over here, okay, giving all the moral support and stuff like that, okay? So they'll be able to do it. Okay, great. So what is here? What is here is what? Divergent evolution, convergent evolution, and parallel evolution. And when we talk of what? When we talk of co-evolution. Co-evolution is like it's not really straight, it's more of ecological interaction. Okay, co-evolution is like some sort of ecological interaction, like you change, I change. Okay, you change, I change. Like the snake will change, the rat will change so that the snake will not be able to see it and come and capture it. And then the snake will also change so that it will be able to see the rat very well. So that's what happens. So you can see the arrow. As you change, I change. You change, I change. And that is what co-evolution is all about. And we normally see this co-evolution in what? In a predator-prey interaction. Okay? You evolve, as you change, I change. Okay? Like for instance, the popular adage in Things Fall Apart. When men learn to shoot without missing, it's Onuka the bird. I've also learned to fly without perching. So men have learned to shoot without missing. I won't even stand there for them to gauge at me. Okay, I won't even perch. Okay, I will just be hanging in the air. They should shoot me in the air. All right. So here, that's co-evolution. So co-evolution is more of evolution, ecological interaction. Okay, whereby some sort of word, one organism, okay, influence the evolution in the other. All right. So for instance, okay, well, let's take it this way, that maybe I will be this thing. The snake is feeding so much on the rat. Now the rat will now evolve to adapt more. Maybe you are blending its color with the environment so that it will not be able to work. It will not be able to be spotted, like the snake will not be able to spot it. Then maybe with time, the snake will also develop sharper eyes to even spot the organism, a rat that is blending with the environment. Okay, so that's what you call evolutionary arm race, so co-evolution. So it is more of ecological interaction existing among what species, whereby evolution of one species influence the evolution of the other. Okay, you change, I change. You change, I change. And it is normally seen in what? In a predator-prey interaction. Okay, predator-prey relationships. Okay, all right. So like the mouse will change.
Hello, dog.
Hello, please.
Please, sorry, let me send you back a little concerning the change of the DNA. So can it happen that the DNA can change completely?
Well, what do you mean by completely?
Where the current or the modified organism's DNA will be completely different from the ancestral DNA.
Well, if you say completely, I would say that it will acquire maybe different other DNA mutations and will come in rather than say change completely. The sequence, there will be further modifications rather than to say change completely. The reason I'm saying this is that, for instance, see, I made comments here like this. if you look at the genetic stuff that I said here, genetic comparison, I made mention that, look at that, human beings and chimpanzee, we are completely different organisms, different species altogether, right? Even though we are all primates, but we share 90% of our DNA. Do you get it?
Yes, Doc.
So we are different species altogether. When I'm there and chimpanzee is there, we are different species, all right. But our DNA is about 90%, 99% similar. So that's how close we are genetically. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So change completely is relative, depending on the person that you are talking to. But if you are speaking to geneticists like me, maybe I'll be biased to say that, I mean, if DNA is 99% similar, then if it's just 1% that is different between them, then I wouldn't say that the speciation of human beings and chimpanzee is completely, I mean, it is completely in terms of their DNA. That's, I'm speaking from as a geneticist, because if 99% of the DNA are similar, then when I'm defining that their DNA is completely different, I have to define it with caution, because somebody can argue out, come on, they have DNA, similar DNA of 99%. So how do you define completely different? Okay, different species, yes, we are, but our DNA share 99%. We have DNA, similar DNA, which when you blast human DNA and you blast chimpanzee DNA, our nucleotide, about 99% of them are similar, which means the similar arrangement of DNA nucleotides. Okay, the AGCT, the DNA nucleotide like A, G, C, C. Okay, adenine, guanine, cytosine, time, their arrangement. Okay, 99% of it are similar. Okay, so with this one, okay, with the DNA being similar, okay, so that complete stuff, it depends on the person you talk to. But if you talk to geneticists like me, I wouldn't use the word complete. I would say that they will acquire DNA that will make them different from other organisms. That's how I would put it. But to say complete change, I beg to differ, because from this example here, human beings and chimpanzee, we are completely different species, but our DNA 99% similar. Okay, so here the co-evolution is basically the evolution of one species influencing the evolution in the other. Okay, so this is what you change, I change. Okay, when the mouse learn to change more, when the rat learn to change, okay, then the snake will also change to meet. Okay, so something you hear people saying that now you have met your meter. So with time you change, I change. All right, so just like discipline method, okay, if you always they cane you all the time, you become adaptive to it. A time will come, I mean, you deliberately commit a crime because when you go home, you know they are going to lash you anyway. So, but when they diversify the punishment method, I quite remember there was I used to cite this example that there was this boy in my JSS days. There was this particular guy. He could take cane, like he takes canes anyhow. Like when you come and you are going to cane him, the way you really stand there, the whole class will laugh. Now, do you know what? One day in JSS1, one teacher asked him to do this the rabbit thing. You hold your ears and then you squat up and down. That thing. The boy cried like a baby. He did about 30. He was sweating. He was crying. I was like, whoo, we didn't know that something can stop this young man. So this one, you can see that, okay, there has been what? There has been co-evolution in the teacher's method of discipline. That is not going, this guy, if you lash him, meanwhile, for Kwame, once you lash me, that is it. But for this guy, he will be willing to take the canes. And the way he will even stand there and take the cane, the whole class will laugh. But the day they gave him that rabbit thing, that you hold your ears and then you'll be squatting up and down, this was different. So that's what. So that's more or less co-evolution. The teacher has actually changed his method, because the student is that student. It doesn't matter how you came in, he's going to what? He's not going to change. Okay, so co-evolution is like the evolution in one species, okay, influencing the evolution in the other. All right, and we normally see in predator-prey evolution. All right, like for instance, how come Anopheles mosquito can sense the carbon dioxide in our body and come and bite us? That's co-evolution. They have co-evolved with us. So as we change, they also change. If human beings live for 1 million years and they change, the mosquitoes will also change. There will be better way. Okay, so they change, we change, so that they will be what? So it will continue like that. So we call that thing evolutionary arm race. You change to adapt to the organism will also change to adapt to you, like that. Okay, like the popular saying that every morning gazelle will wake up and pray that if I don't run very fast enough, I will become a meal for the what? For the lion. Okay, and lion will also pray that God give me strength so I run very fast enough so that I don't go hungry. And that the two prayers too must be answered. Okay, so that's where co-evolution comes in. You need to run fast to outsmart your predator, and then the predator need to run fast in order to what? Outsmart the prey. So the evolutionary arm race will continue like that. So that is what you call co-evolution. And we normally see co-evolution in what? In predator-prey interaction. As you go up, I come down. As you come down, I go up, like that. Okay, so that's a predator-prey interaction. So these are the 4 main patterns of evolution that we see. But anytime we are talking about evolution, like proper evolution, we are talking about what? Divergent evolution. Okay, we are talking about divergent evolution. This one will come out of that, this one will come out of that, come out of that with time. Okay, those divergent evolution. Okay, and divergent evolution lead to okay, so let me do a recap of it so that we close. Okay, I think our time is up. Let me do a recap of that so that we close. And then so let's see. So patterns of evolution, we have what? Divergent. Okay, divergent evolution. And divergent evolution, okay, here we are talking about what? Speciation here. Speciation as a result of what? As a result of what? As a result of adaptive what? Radiation. We are becoming different from each other due to different environment we find ourselves. And then we come from what? Coming from what? So we have common ancestor, okay, ancestor, but what? Different functional structures, okay, but the baseline, the underlying structure is similar to that of what? Our ancestor. Okay, so different functional structures, okay, adapted to what? Adapted to different what? Different environments. All right, different environment. And those structures, we call them homologous structures. Okay, structures from a common ancestor but different. So different species, okay, coming from where? Or different structures, okay, different functional structures coming from a common ancestor. We call those structures what? Homologous structures. An example is what? The flippers, the pentadactyl arm or limb of what? Of vertebrates. Okay, great. Then we talk of what? We talk of the convergent evolution, convergent evolution, and convergent evolution. Okay, convergent evolution. We're talking about what? Similar functional structures. Okay, coming from where? Evolution of similar functional structure coming from different ancestors. ancestors. Okay, coming from where? Coming from different where? Different ancestors or evolutionary word origins. All right, and those structures, we call them what? We call them analogous structures. So they have similar functional structures, and that's a wing of word, wing of a word of a bird, okay, and we'll say wing of butterfly. All right, and then we have parallel evolution. Okay, parallel evolution. So for parallel evolution, what are we talking about? We are talking about what? Independent. So we are talking about independent evolution of similar, okay, similar functional, okay, structures, okay, from where? From a common, okay, structures from where? From a common ancestor. Now, are those structures analogous structures? Can you refer to those structures here also analogous? Can you refer to those structures here as analogous structures? Yes. You can also describe them as analogous structures. Okay, you can describe them as analogous structures. And then when you talk of co-evolution is a word. This one is a co-evolution. It's a form of evolution whereby the evolution of structures, okay, of structures in where? Of structures in one organism, okay, in one organism, okay, in one organism influences, okay, influences the evolution of structures, okay, structures in the other organism. All right, so so in this case what happens is that there's some sort of word, and we see this one as word. It's more of a word, ecological interaction. Okay, more of ecological interactions. Okay, ecological interactions. Okay, which we tend to see. For instance, we can see for let's say bees and word, and let's say flowers. Okay, bees and flowers. Okay, bees and flowers like that. Okay, so we have the bees for generation to generation. The bees are pollinating the flowers. Okay, so let's say you can talk of flowers and pollinators or something like that. Let's say flowers and pollinators. Okay, we can also talk about what? We can also talk about the classic example is the word predator, prey interaction. Okay, if you change, I also change. All right, that is that. Any questions so far before we bring our class into a close? So, God willing, coming Sunday, okay, please, we are going to do population genetics. Some aspects of population genetics, we've done them already in Mendelian. But so the last part we are going to do. So Mendelian, as I told you, we are going to now blend the evolution and Mendelian genetics together to get the population genetics. Okay, it's very simple. It's not difficult at all. Please, let me catch you on Sunday. Please be there. Please, I'm begging you, my ladies, I know. Please, let's come in then so that we'll be able to finish it and then so that you won't have anything to worry about for your quiz and then your exam. Okay, all right, good. So wherever I will reach for the population genetics, population, we need 2 more meetings. It's very simple. It's not difficult at all. Okay, now that we've done all the Mendelian, the non-Mendelian, and then the evolution, the other aspect is not that difficult. So we'll be able to wrap up everything, and then we'll finish up. Okay. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the time.
Today's
And then have a very good evening. And then so that's going to be Charlotte is going to be on Sunday. It's going to be on Sunday. Okay, because Sunday you have the free time, you have the 4-hour. So with the 4-hour meeting, I think we'll be able to make a headway. Okay, so we'll use the Sunday time for it.
Today, this evening's slides.
Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, okay, yeah. So I will make it available. I'll make it available to you after the class. Okay, all right, good. And then yeah. So please, coming Sunday, please we'll wrap it up. I know it's your revision. It's your revision week. We'll wrap it up, and we'll do that one, and then the Monday, next week Monday, with those 2 meetings, we'll be able to finish up everything. Okay, those parts is just some simple calculation part, which is not difficult. Okay, so now you know you guys will be fine. Okay, thank you, and have a good evening, and may God richly bless you. So please, I will just try and polish it up and then send it to say Ajaman for you. Okay, thank you, and have a good evening. God bless you, and enjoy your week.
Enjoy your night, dog.
Thank you. Yes, please. I ask you people to solve. Only one person has sent me the calculation aspect. Okay, the calculation. So please, those of you that you've not done it, please, get those things sorted out for me. Okay, and then so that we'll be able to do the calculation under the ecology. Please, in your free time, please make time and do those things, those calculations, and then let me know. Okay, all right. Thank you very much, and then please do have fun, enjoy your week, and chill. Okay, please. All right, take care, and God bless you. And do revise as well. Please revise as well. Revise, okay? Because I want to see you guys all getting A for me, and I'll be very proud of you. Okay, all right, good. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you. TJ.
They want to do the grass on you.
Oh, bola. Mano join.
Mama tell her yeah.
Ay, mang batam eh.
Money tell
Now
you
the
no
man
question.
Is anyone having the
put na
teaching
po
question
kuno
while
chat
we're
now
talking
the
about
man pull with tears da man to kunyo
some
di
Papa's
taka.
couldn't end the lecture
Cara
yesterday?
kude ngal may kai.
Please, if you have it, you post it in the platform for me.
And you can question share when you solve my
Eh?
dia ka so gwa na question when you solve my
Please, can someone share the questions on our platform? Colleagues, if someone is having, please share it on our platform so that we can answer and deliver, Master.
Exactly what I was saying. My phone went off, so I couldn't end the lecture yesterday. So if you have it, kindly post it on the biology platform, so that we can all get it. So please.
Yes, Anita, that's the right way. TJ. TJ, slice ma.
Abo.
Slice ma.
Okay.
Tiro, Adam gwab jano over yarahu ngum jama.
Hola.
Abu
Yo no
Adam.
yellow. Much ya uzera.
So dimma. So never know.
I maybe sabah the call man. I am to come here now.
Oi. Now so bo tije che katana ya ta height ma.
Não lá.
Ya che katana na shaka.
Mas ai amanhã.
Ma banda don ta pilwa wo ban dan pilwa ma tuna ka ce ma.
Vai dar tudo na nyanga.
Eh.
So dan sai yura shukuru. Ya tawo ba.
Asan can.
Ai kai. Man sai ba je da sa kunne kan ne.
Da can
Ai
da
don
saboda
ba.
sabin da.
Eh?
Yar can da sabin yasa.
Kata ma, timin bin hasan tin dawa ma o.
Banwa.
Kumbung bin ma.
Ai.
Yini ke kumbung anya de kenti bumbu lamun ma. Data formula ma.
Lawo.
Anya de yi kyoto understand ba. Kai ma
Bema.
zo.
Banwa anda banwa abu de.
Bin ma, data formula ma.
Denta formula ma form 2 a ma bu.
Zaha.
Okay. Warin yadda.
Kemudian jauh sebab. Ini cukup jauh zaman.
Abba an yara da kana karshen ta chaps ba.
Ai, lah.
Ai, in masture mamatan mun biology department ma ayyana ba.
Mana jara.
Majirin ya kwamfuta ne.
Menye mana bu.
Menti science coordinator.
Apa bro?
Kace mana karata garde. HOD zuwa gwaka wa miyo.
Ya shi mu bu.
Bamba miyo, gba wa miyo.
So.
Yo imagine.
Ya mana? Otu. Jaman ku kolo ya. Ne ku yuro na ne kana shama na zo sa. Sukuma yu ma.
We are not try any day Saturday man. Na ka abu to euro. Friday man. Na ka abu to euro. Din yi sheka. Ta amfani.